Good morning. How is everyone doing? I am doing well. It is good to be back on a Monday. I missed you guys. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, I had a great trip. My husband and I, we drove with our son. We took him back to where we moved from. He has a summer internship there. So he's super exciting. He's working for a historical division, which is maybe what he wants to do with his life, but anyway, where his interest lies, he's getting to see like really cool military artifacts and strange things. And he is, maybe 15 minutes from like all his best friends from high school. So he's living his best life. He's living alone after having spent 2 semesters living with 4 people in a very small room. And so, yeah, he's having a great time. He's cooking his little meals in his little air fryer, and it's so cute and domestic. Not that he didn't do most of these things before, like he knew how to do his laundry. He would make his lunch if he needed to take it somewhere. He's cooked himself food even during the school year, but somehow seeing him do it in his own little apartment and then being like, "Dad, did you wash your dish when you were done with dinner?" It's like, I don't know. It's cute. He would probably not like my use of the word cute, but there it is. So, what are you guys up to today? What are your plans? What are you gonna be reading? Um, Let me know. I'm curious and I want to know. I have lots of plans for today. I'm going to be starting with Year of Wonder. I am mostly just reading today. I got a lot of like little stuff done over the weekend, so now I don't have to worry about it and can work on whatever else is left the rest of the week. So I'm going to be reading and just putzing around just enough to like stretch my legs. Um, I'll be starting with Year of Wonder. I did go to the eye doctor before my trip and complained about all sorts of things. And she has recommended some eye therapy for me, which is the most relaxing therapy I've ever had to do. I'm literally putting a warm compress on my eyes every day for like 10 minutes. And I do it while listening to classical music. I think this may be therapy that I continue the entire rest of my life and probably should have been doing all along. So I'm going to start with that. And then once I am done listening to my song of the day, I will be reading Clarissa and my letters in that. So the June letters are starting today. After that, I'm hoping, and I feel like my chances are pretty good, of finishing Sour Cherry, which is one of the first books that I'm reading this month. And wow, I don't even know what to say about this book yet because I feel like I'm going to have to finish it to be able to know what any of my thoughts are on it. All I could do right now is semi successfully tell you what the book is about. And then if I finish that book, then I'm hopefully going to start another recently hauled book because that's what reading week I've been. And my next recently hauled book that I don't even think I've hauled yet for you guys because it came randomly in the mail at some point is going to be The Inevitable. And oh, there's a little chipmunk. And I'll tell you about the inevitable if and when I inevitably get to it. There will be lots of puns with the title of that book. And let me just tell you this cute story because we will be moving outside pretty quickly this morning because it's supposed to be in the 80s today, which I'm excited about, but I will not be sitting outside in the 80s. So right now it's 55. We're going to take advantage of that quickly rising temperature, and I'll probably move us outside during the next sprint. But my little quick chipmunk story, and then I will get to you guys, and then we will get to the sprint, is that yesterday I was sitting outside on my porch, and I've noticed from a couple of times of sitting outside on my porch and reading that I'm apparently very, very quiet when I read. I have had a bird land like almost right next to me and then go, oh crap. I've had rabbits bounce around my porch while I'm sitting at it, looking at them, and then they eventually go, oh, I think there's something up there. And then yesterday, I had a chipmunk run across my lawn, play around on the stairs, come up the stairs, start walking towards me, and then go, oh, wait, I think you're alive. Can I still come do this? Oh, this feels awkward. And then just kind of was like, I'm just going to go back. I'm like, ran back across my lawn. So, Yeah, so maybe we'll see some funsy little guys outside. And the chipmunk, I know what he's doing because I've seen him on my porch every single day. He comes from my neighbor's yard, literally just to come on my porch because there's a tree that drops little seed pods onto my porch, and he comes and he eats them, which I appreciate because then I don't have to sweep them up. So anyway, whew, that was a lot. That's what you get when I haven't talked to you guys in over a week. Good morning, Sushi. Another week to try everything. Ooh, what are you trying? And hello, not princess anymore. I saw this. Diagnosing psychotherapy. Oh, true crime community. Okay, yep, makes sense. Yes, thank you for letting me know, because otherwise I would have been like, who are you? And why didn't it tell me you were a new member? But that makes sense. And you might change it again. Okay, sounds good. Let me know what I should call you then, because diagnosing seems weird, but so does psychopathy. So, have to figure that out. Sushi, hello, how are you? Change our identities online as the mood strikes. I know, so much harder in the real world. Absolutely true. Hey, Amy, how are you doing? You'll be doing some reading and journaling. And I am doing well. It sounds like you're off to a good start. Hi, Kyra. How are you? It's 3 p.m., so you're in the middle of work, but you'll be joining the sprints later. Wonderful. Have a great work day. We'll see you later. Hey, Vanessa. Good morning. I swam over. I don't know what I'm talking about. I went over and visited you, Vanessa. That's what I did. And a thumbs up to Sushi. Hey, Mrs. Peel. How are you? Hi, Mickey. Good morning. I am doing well. You're working today and hoping to listen to an audiobook, but not sure what to listen to. I don't have any good ideas, do I? I don't think so. But I hope you have a great day at work and that you find a good audiobook. Hello, Viviana. How are you this morning? Good morning. Hey, Emily, working on The Wild Huntress. It's not really capturing your interest, but hopefully it'll pick up. You need a green book. Oh, yes, that's right, because the amazing readathon has started. How fun for everybody. I just feel like I'd panic if I tried to do that. But maybe next year. Maybe next year I'll give it a try. But I hope you go really well. I'm super pink also in this lighting. I'm noticing my cheeks are a little pink. My palms are very pink. I don't know if it's my shirt reflecting the light coming in the window. Anyway, I'm not this blue and pink in real life, I promise. Natalie, good morning. Oh no, he broke his arm. Oh, 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 oh. That was me reading your whole message. Oh, well, okay. So it's 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, kids are way more resilient with that than we would be. So I hope he's doing well and that the appointment goes well. I'm assuming it's a checkup appointment. And don't worry, because yesterday there was no reading for Clarissa. So you did get a little bit of a break there. And then I want to say pretty shortly hereafter, I have it in my little planner where I figured it all out. On let me see if I can find it. On the 4th, there is also no readings for June. So you really only have today and tomorrow as days of reading. So it'll kind of balance out depending on how many days behind you are. So don't worry too much about catching up, though I think some of the last letters in May, some of them got a little long. But I hope your kiddo's feeling better. And Sushi, it rained overnight. Oh, you slept through all your alarms. Oh, but it was worth it. Need the first 2 sprints for morning yoga and journal time. Oh, that sounds nice. Natalie confirmed Nicole is a Disney princess. Good morning, Anne. Finished listening to a podcast on the Pulitzer Prize. Oh, I'm going to have to look that up. Alicia, good morning. How are you? Getting coffee and breakfast and reading do-it-yourself aromatherapy. Ooh, that's always fun. And I have lines going across my face too. Also, I drank all my coffee already, but it was blueberry coffee because one of the other things that we got to do was go to our favorite grocery store, which is Wegmans, which is partially our favorite just because we've gotten used to all the things that they have there. So we came home with bread and coffee because those were 2 things that specific types we can't find here. Denise, good morning. Just getting up, making coffee, almost mostly reading for sightseeing portion. Nice. And you're reading Hiding Edith, a middle grade. Nice. Good morning, Sue. Hope you're well. And reading The Lilac People. Oh, can't recommend. Oh, I thought you were going to say you can't recommend it. You can't recommend it enough. I haven't heard of that one, I don't think. Hey, Alex, I was just watching your video. I didn't make it through before my um, sprint started, but I did say, oh, I've been wanting to read Merlin James too. Throwing that out there. Hey, Megs, how are you doing? Finished a book yesterday, so you're not sure what to read yet today. Oh no, not the what to read next. Oh, Crochet Nima, reading The Mosquito. Ooh, History of Our Deadliest Predator. No joke. And oh, Mickey, you're in the same place. Yeah, let us know if you guys have options. We'll vote and give you our 2 cents. Probably listening to an audiobook today while you scan and reorganize your home library. Ooh, fun. That's right. I forgot you have a scanner. How do you like your scanner? We definitely need to have a conversation about this. Send me a picture, tell me details, pros, cons. You found an app to catalog your books. Oh, now you're having so much fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely give me all the details. Angela, good morning. You'll be in and out today, finishing up Remarkably Bright Creatures and heading on to True Grit. Oh, nice. A Western. One of your options is Wild Dark Shore. A lot of people seem to be liking that one. And yeah, me too, Sushi. I am also a big Wegmans fan. In all fairness, I grew up with Wegmans, like before they spread, because I grew up in upstate New York, which is where they originated. And so to me, it was just a grocery store growing up. And then I moved away from Wegmans. And then I understood the hype. And I was like, oh, is this what all the other grocery stores are like? Oh, okay. I get it now. I didn't know. Oh, you don't have a scanner. Oh, you use a phone. Oh, you use a phone app. But that's still just as good until I get a scanner, if I get one, which I very well may not. And afraid it probably won't get a lot of recognition because the main character is trans. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, this is a good month, right, to promote it. So hopefully it will. Amy, you live in upstate New York, Binghamton. Nice. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I grew up in Syracuse, or outside of Syracuse, really, I should say. Yay! Thanks for joining, Megs. Welcome. Definitely check out past community post. Make sure you send me either via email or if you're fine with it, put in the chat here your username on the story graph so I can add you to the book club page and all the things. So excited to hang out with you more. Okay, Princess, you've been reading Overgrown. I know. Isn't it so good? Isn't it so good? It's so interesting. Are you listening to the audiobook? I listened to the audiobook and that was really good too. Wegmans is pretty new in Brooklyn. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I bet you guys are. I bet you are in love. You mentioned to your husband you want a scanner. He was like, phone seems to be working. They don't get it, do they? So rude. So rude. And Mickey wants to know, Megs, if you read Wild Dark Shore. And the app is Handy Library. Ooh, that sounds familiar. I think I have heard of that one. Oh, and Natalie loves Handy Library. Okay, I'm looking up the app either way. You've just been reading because the pictures are amazing. Yeah, the photography is so good. The whole book is so well put together. And Wegmans is new in Delaware. Yes, they're prepared food. A plus 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 plus. Also, don't overlook the Wegmans brand because 9 times out of 10, the Wegmans brand may be better than like your Dame brand. Just throwing it out there. Especially for like things like cereal's so personal. So forget cereal, but their cereal's good. But like for things like pasta sauce, like any sauce type of thing, any type of like pantry item, frozen item, their brand is probably better and cheaper. So, okay, anyway, enough about grocery stores. We all love them. Well, we all love Wegmans anyway. Let's get started. I'm going to put my little eye patches on after I heat them and listen to my classical music and all that jazz. You guys get your stuff going. I love their cheeses as well. And good point. Good point. All their things are good. Their coffee is good. I'm drinking the blueberry coffee, which I don't tend to like flavored coffee. I love this blueberry coffee. Um, how did it start in upstate New York and then skip Connecticut on its way? I wonder that as well. Because my father was in Connecticut and I was like, you guys are just never going to get a Wegmans. I don't know. Grocery store FOMO. Oh, one day, eventually, maybe they'll go to the rest of New England. I don't know if it's harder to find the space there. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, they've definitely gone south and not northeast. Okay, let me start the timer and we'll go into our first sprint. Gosh, being off a week and I'm like, how do I even do that? Like the number of times I've almost just clicked to close us out of everything by accident is bad. All right, we've got 45 minutes for our first sprint. We'll get into that. I'll come back and chat to you all and we'll see how we're doing and keep each other company today. And we'll move outside at some point. So I will see you guys in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Welcome outside. How was everybody's sprint? I feel like we're not at like a very good angle for you guys, so I'll try and fix that in a little bit. Anyway, my sprint went really well, though I'm now realizing I can only kind of sort of hear out of each ear. Like I can't hear out of either of them well. I don't know why that is. Probably allergies. But how did your sprint go? Mine went well. I listened to Year of Wonder. I did my eye therapy. I read my like page and a half, really just one page is what it worked out to be, of Clarissa. The birds are fighting amongst themselves. I think they're having a good time at the bird feeder next door. Good time. I don't know. They sound like they're trying to kill each other. Um, and then I started reading Sour Cherry. At the beginning of the next sprint, I'm going to get a couple of things done. I'm going to call my mom, do some cleaning around the house, and then I will get back to Sour Cherry, depending on if I need a break before the sprint is over. I'm basically going to spend the day alternating between cleaning up around my house and reading, because that's really the only thing that I need to get done today. And like, need is very subjective there. Anyway, hopefully the birds aren't being too loud, but since I can't hear out of this ear, I really can't tell. But I know my mic doesn't even always pick it up when I'm talking. So let's see. Crochet Mima. Yeah, I know. No Wegmans in England. I really don't, or New England rather. I don't know what's up with that. And Anne's daughter is in love with Publix fried chicken. I believe I've heard about how good this chicken is, Anne. So um, I feel like I've heard that as well, so I can relate to that. Sue's got Wegmans. Yeah, they're in Pennsylvania, Delaware. They've basically moved down the East Coast, but not the Northeast part of it. Christina, good morning. How are you? Reading Moby Dick and Dracula. Lovely. Sue, hello. Slowly getting out of a very bad reading slump. Oh no. Oh, your focus is not good. Okay, reading something lighter. Ooh, like the reading list. Nice. I've seen a couple of different people read that and they all seem to enjoy. So hopefully you do as well. And hello, Sue. How are you? You'll be in and out today. You have an insurance adjuster. Ah, no, not the water line. Ah, and now you've been without water since Friday. No. Oh, that's so frustrating. So I'm assuming they're coming to check it. And of course, the main water line probably broke like on your property instead of the city's property. I'm sorry, Sue. I hope that gets fixed quickly rather and inexpensively. And your internet is off. Oh my gosh, you do have a lot going on. Well, Sue, I hope you're able to make it in and out. That lots gets done. I'm watching this robin fly by. The birds are really distracting this morning. I'm not really sure why. There's been no change that I know of in the weather. Oh, there's two super cute chipmunks over there, though, feasting in the grass. They're so cute. Mickey, sorry to hear that Sue's dealing with no water internet. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Same. Yes. And hello, the faithful duo. How are you? First time visitor. Well, welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I scared you. I know. I stay so still apparently while I read, and then I occasionally move. I'm sorry to scare you, but welcome. Oh yeah, Dee Dee sent you. Oh, lovely. Well, thank you. Nice to have you. And took the patio chair cushions outside, but it's still a little too chilly. Yeah. You took chicken out of the freezer. Ooh, to grill for supper. Nice. Yeah, because I'm assuming you're having like similar warm weather today. So I hope that goes well. And the book added more books to your wish list. It's so easy to do, though. We just add more and more books. And Michelle, good morning. Working, eating breakfast, drinking coffee, all the things. Yay! Yay! I'm excited to read something good in June. I hope that happens for you, Michelle, because I know how moving is. And then you're like, okay, over the moving bit, like, let's do something fun. And Amy read, journaled, did some yoga. That sounds nice. And Alicia finished your breakfast, fed your younglings their breakfast, updated reading prompts in the readathon journal, updated the pages in the book journal, read 15 pages. Nice. Emily read 20 pages and working on part of your daily Bible reading, trying to read it in 90 days. Oh, yeah, I saw Chantel was doing that. You figure you'll do half of it in the AM and half in the PM. That's a good idea. That is a lot of reading, though. That's like a really quick pace. Alicia Book 3 and Boot Camp Readathon, which is the DIY aromatherapy. Nice. There's so many fun readathons going on this month. And Denise is reading on your phone, so going by percentage sounds good. 70%, trying to get to 44%. That sounds reasonable. And Sue was saying to Anne, you've read a few of them already. Oh, there you go. So fewer to add. Hey, G, how are you? Working, but can hopefully join in later. Ooh, Don Quixote. Nice. How are you enjoying it? Is this the first time? Is there a reread? Have we talked about this before? Because I feel like we have. But anyway, I hope you're having a good day at work. Crochet Nima, the birds are active because they're all taking care of their chicks. If so, they're on hyperdrive today. Like, they're usually pretty active, but like, I don't know if all the babies hatched last night, like this morning. I don't know. They're all wild, and I can tell it's over at the bird feeder is where they're going wild. Maybe the bird feeder got refilled, or maybe it got refilled with something they all really love. Like, I can see them like lining up to go get their turn. It's kind of funny in my view. Maybe I need to switch angles here for you guys. Sue's starting today reading Full Moon Dangers for the buzzword cover prompt of Celestial. Nice. You have 5 books that carried over from May that you'll work on as well. Okay, sounds good. Hey, Bree, how are you? Good morning. You just finished The Next Mrs. Parrish and got into expiration dates. Ooh, I feel like I've seen the expiration dates. I'm trying to think what the cover looks like. And you're working. Sounds like you've got a lot of good stuff going on. Sounds like everybody does. I think I'm going to have to try and take some allergy medicine so I can see if I can, like, hear. Like, I can hear, but it's very weird. Ooh, maybe if I just hold my hands like this, it creates just enough, like, sound feedback that I can hear what seems like normally. But I know it's not. Anyway, so I'm going to, be getting a couple of things done at the beginning part of this sprint. Maybe I'll change the angle slightly. I think I need to back up is what it is so that you guys can see more outside. If I leave you here, sometimes birds land here, so you might get that. Probably not, because I'm pretty sure they're all just going to keep eating, because that seems to be what's on the agenda for the birds today. Okay, you mentioned the reread this year because you don't remember a thing besides the old man was a fool. I mean, that does still kind of sum it up pretty well. So, okay, but that's what I thought. I thought you had mentioned it earlier. Hey, Grace, how are you? Listening to Such Quiet Girls. Ooh, currently at 87%. Ooh, are you hoping to finish it today? Because that seems pretty close. And then, I think it'll probably take me 2 more sprints to finish Sour Cherry. This is where I'm at. I feel like I got to the part where it's starting to all come together, because I mentioned during the first, before the first sprint, that I didn't really feel like I could even talk about this book until I finished it, because I feel like it's basically a story within a story. And the story within the story, the embedded narrative, is trying to allude to what is actually happening in real life. Like the narrator has said, like, this is a fairy tale, as in, like, the story I'm telling you, I want you to think of as a fairy tale. And so because of that, you're having to try and, like, pick up the hints, like, what's the moral of the story? What is the lesson? What is the narrator really trying to tell you? And I'm really bad at that kind of thing. I feel like I don't pick up on hints well. Like, I'm a very direct person. I need semi, like, literal things. Like, I can appreciate symbols and motifs and those kind of things, but, like, I need you to explain it at some point in the story. I can't have you, like, never tell me what you wanted it to mean, because that just irritates me. And I don't feel like that's what this book is going to do. I feel like this book is, like, slowly build on things. Ooh, and I need to change the timer so we have a full hour. Anyway, so yeah, so that's how it's going. I'm still on the fence as to what I think about the book because, well, I think what it is that like I need to know how well it's explained or not, and like that's going to affect things for me, even though it might not affect things for you if you read this. And was saying to Emily that you did the Bible in 90 days and it was difficult. Yeah, I don't feel like I'd be able to read anything else because I feel like I'd be trying so hard to do that. But Emily has the summer off. That will help. You're just worried about the pace in August when it's time to go back to work. Oh, true, because it'll last past summer. Hopefully, at that point, you'll be so far along that you'll want to finish. Yes, that would be a good goal and a good way to go about it. All right, let's start our second sprint. All our sprints for the rest of the day will be an hour. I am going to get some stuff done. Hopefully, the birds won't be too wild, and then I'll be back out here. But I'll leave the camera on so you can enjoy the outside. And happy sprinting. Oh my gosh. The chipmunks are scaring the crap out of me. So, oh my gosh, that was the funniest thing. So I saw one run over here, and I was about to grab my camera because I'm like, oh, he's probably going to run up on the porch again, not realizing I'm here. And then he apparently ran under the chicken wire under my porch because he made it like bring. So first I hear this binging sound, and then when I moved to sit up, I accidentally made him squeal because he came out the other side, and I don't think he realized I was here. So then I heard this like chipmunk panic sound behind me. Anyway, so he scared me. So me and the chipmunks are screaming over here, but we're fine. It doesn't help that I'm reading this book, which is kind of sort of a horror. I would say it's like horror light. There are creepy, weird, gothic type atmospheric things happening. So that's not helping. And like it doesn't help that I can't see behind me because of the lighting going onto my screen and whatnot. I guess I could turn the brightness up. There we go. Now I can see behind me. And then the birds are doing something in the tree, like somewhere over here. So then I was hearing that. So I was like, what are they doing? I felt like somebody was creeping up behind me constantly. That was what was going on. And then the other thing that I noticed is that this tree, if you recall a few weeks ago, that was red underneath is now green underneath. And I just noticed that today. But the top of the leaves are still red, but you can't really see that. And I feel like if I pull down on one, like who knows what's going to drop on me. Anyway, I cleaned what I wanted to clean in both my bathrooms, and and then I read some. In the next sprint, I'm gonna switch around some laundry and stuff, but I'll spend most of that sprint reading. I'm gonna be very close to finishing Sour Cherry in the next sprint, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I've got at least 60 pages to go, and I'm pretty sure because there's so much that's making me stop and think to make sure I understand what's happening that it's taking me longer than a minute a page to read it. And I'm going to do laundry. So I don't think I'm going to finish it. I think I need 2 more sprints to finish it. But I'm getting close. And yeah, there's a lot of outdoor nature happening behind me that you guys aren't seeing or hearing. But the chipmunk was the funniest one because I was literally like, oh, I'll catch it on camera. And then the next thing you know, we're both screaming. So, oh well. At least I was muted so you didn't hear me go, ah. And interested in how I feel about Sarah Cherry. Yeah, I'm still waiting. Like what I thought was going on and what she was alluding to is what was going on and is what she was alluding to. And so now I'm still just waiting to see how it wraps up. But right now I would say it's probably going to be a 4 for me, partially just because of my own reading preferences, but partially because and like my own reading preferences not having to do with horror but just having to do with I don't like things to be too obscure. So if like more isn't clarified by the end, it's probably going to leave it a 4 for me, which means it may be a 5 for other people. I would definitely say it is on the literary side of horror in my opinion. There's a very distracting cardinal trying to quietly bounce through my garden, but it's not doing so, but it's creating this flash of red in my vision. Anyway, like I said, there's lots going on out here. Like, you should not sit in my backyard if you want a distraction free experience because it's not going to happen. And good morning, Alicia. How are you? You just got up and now making coffee. Lovely. Planning on reading Austin at Sea. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one, but sounds fun. Good morning, Lisa. Listening to Star Wars audiobook while you make bed, dishes, all the chores. Yeah, all the fun things. Yeah, right. Hey, Christina, how are you doing? And here's our daily reminder to hydrate, feed ourselves. I might be doing that in the next sprint too. Check the laundry, definitely going to do that. Take meds. I think I'm okay. I should probably take a multivitamin. Stretch, show some love to the like button, sub, ring the bell, get all the things. Good morning, Diana. How are you? You didn't want to get up this morning. I did not sleep well last night for like the first time in 3 days. And I'm not sure if it's because of like Northern Lights action going on or what, but it was not working out. Hey, Amberly, how are you doing today? Good to see ya. And hello from the Faithful Duo. And Emily, checking in now because you're getting yourself ready for the day. Okay, you finished your AM Bible reading. Good job. Put away some laundry unpacked from being away this weekend. Nice. And hellos going around. Christina's saying hello to all her friends. Oh, I can't get your comment to click. Switch. There you go. And hello. And Viviana was saying, how are you today? And Alex has done nothing book related yet today. Homeschool admin talking about summer expectations. Ooh, important. And then chatting baseball and schedules. Oh, I bet it's about to get busy. I know you're excited. Good times. All that practice, right? And now they finally get to play. Denise read 35% at 79%. Ooh, good job. Yeah, I was looking at all the things. Really, is what was going on. And Faithful Dio says, "What grades are you teaching?" Oh, you homeschool your daughter until 11, 12 years old. Or yeah, you homeschooled your daughter until secondary high school, so 11 or 12 years old. Nice. Kyra picked up War and Peace. Ooh, 3% in. Excited to continue. Yay. I love War and Peace. So far, it is probably my favorite Tolstoy. I've read that in Anna Karenina, and I still like War and Peace better. I know some people don't like the War Peace, like back and forth sections. I actually really enjoy it. I don't even totally mind his essays. And I just like the story in War and Peace, like the narrative part, even better than Anna Karenina, even though Anna Karenina is more a typical novel, if you will. And Faithful Duo says good and praise that Viviana is well. Sorry, I'm not pronouncing the words, but I know I'm not going to say them right. So, and a hello to Amber Lee. So you got to 57%. Oh, it's a novella. Nice. Making good progress. And says, oh, wow, to Kyra. Hello, Dorlin. How are you? You recently moved in with your elderly mother. Okay, once again, catching up on your project. Nice. And thankful for these focused days of reading to keep on track. Nice. Well, that is very kind of you to be willing to move in with your elderly mother, because I know that's not something that everybody would do. Please ignore the chipmunks if you can hear them. They're chasing each other and being quite noisy. I don't know if that got picked up, but there was a lot of chipmunk action half a second ago. And hello, hearts and whodunits. Good morning. Doing the chores, reading, writing are on your schedule. I am well. Glad to hear you are. And Anita, I'm guessing, is your name. Michelle, work and sister called during that sprint. Oh, abandon the computer and go outside with the book. I mean, sometimes you gotta do it. And your kids are 13 and 15 and have always been homeschooled, wrapping up 8th and 9th grade. Viviana's almost finished a Game of Thrones sometime today. Nice job. Michelle put Crime and Punishment on your June TBR. I have not read it yet. I cannot give you a pep talk about starting it since I have not read it yet, but I will be reading it in a few months. So that's exciting. I've actually read no Dostoevsky. That's not true. It's not true. I did read Notes from the Underground back in middle school. How much did I understand? No clue. But I think that's the only one I've read. And I have not read Against the Day, but I do own it. I do want to read it at some point. Do you have any recommendations or thoughts on it, Anne? And Anita says, good morning to Christina. And yes, Anita is your name. Great. And if there is anybody else on here who, you have your like YouTube name, but you would like me to call you by your first name, and I don't, just let me know. So sometimes if I'm in the habit of calling you something else, like old habits die hard, but generally I want to be able to call you whatever you would prefer. So yeah, so I am going to get some stuff done inside real quick and then come back out and try and finish this. Hopefully the chipmunks won't take over in the short time I'm gone, but I make no promises. And this will probably be our last sprint outside because it has gone from 55 when we started at 9 and So happy sprinting, and I'll see you all in an hour. Welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I am like 5 pages from the end of my book. This is all I have left. I don't even have words. Like, it's all starting to make sense. It's all coming together, and yet it's not. And I still don't know how it's going to end. 5 pages from the end. So, yeah, that's interesting. It's now 75 out, so we're probably going to move inside, not because it's actually that hot, but because I'm losing shade. And as I lose the shade, my computer, which is already protesting that it's kind of hot, will just get hotter and hotter. So, yeah, so it's about time to go inside for a little bit, but I'm hoping that it will cool off enough in like mid to late afternoon that we'll be able to come back out because for now the sun is going to be across the back of my house, and then not too long into the afternoon it'll be on the far side of the house, and if it's not too hot I will come out back out then when we will be back in the shade. But anyway, how did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. I spent the vast majority of that time reading. In this next sprint I'm going to get some laundry done, I'm going to move us back inside, I'm probably going to eat lunch and finish the last like 6 pages. In fact, I'll probably do that first and then go inside and do all that jazz. So yeah, so I'm excited. My day's going well. I'm happy that I'm finishing Sour Cherry so early. I'm kind of surprised that I'm doing that. But it is going really well. So let me go back, see where we left off. Um, Faithful Duel was saying wow to Alex, and that you couldn't do past 11 due to work and the levels. So then you sent your daughter to secondary school. That makes sense. And has anyone read Divergent? I have not, but I've heard good things. And hello. And Faithful is fine. Sounds good. And Anne ordered it to read for Big Book Summer. Ooh, that should be a good time. Let me know how you like it, Anne. And this was about Against the Day. I went back and looked. And yeah, we want to read some Dostoevsky and some Tolstoy. So that will be going on for sure. And I'm thinking 99.999% sure that Crime and Punishment is where we're starting with Dostoevsky. Hey, Capricia, how are you doing? You'll be rereading Crank. Okay, very good. No more library books, just what I own trip coming up soon. Okay, got you. Well, good to see you. Nice to have you here. YouTube can definitely be filled with spoilers. Don't tell me something got spoiled for you. No, I hate when that happens. I'm sorry. Hey, Amelia, how are you doing? Yay for finishing work for the day. I hope you had a good work day. Reading Two Trees Make a Forest. Ooh, a memoir about Taiwan. I feel like I've seen the name of that book recently somewhere. I don't remember who. Sue finished Full Moon Dangers. Nice. Working on the reading journal. Amy had a telehealth call, talked to your mom, and had lunch. Great. Lisa took out a load of laundry, put another in, banana bread in the oven. Yum. Listening to Star Wars audiobook. Nice. Hey, Elisa, how are you doing? It was great. Read about 50 pages of The Raven King. Ooh, the final book. Nice. That's satisfying. Denise finished your first sightseeing book. Yay! Everybody's finishing stuff and making good progress. And hello, paperbacks and ponytails. How are you? Oh, I'm glad you found me too. You need to get a lot of writing done today. Oh, okay. And well, pretty much every day this month. Oh, okay. Yep. And reading Dark Endures. Ooh, by Nora Noor. I have not heard that one. And you're Katie. Thank you. Well, welcome, Katie. Nice to have you here, and I hope you get all your writing done. And Lilu is currently reading Paranacy. I really enjoyed that one. So strange. That's like another one that you have to wait for the end to see if it all is going to come together. Yeah, so good. Amy read Divergent years ago and thought it was good. Amberly switched the laundry. I've got to do that. And started The Book That Held Her Heart. Ooh, I like that. Is that fantasy? And Katie try hard to never spoil anything in your videos. Yes, sometimes it's hard because you want to talk about all the things. I know. I feel that. There are times where I'm like, I just like with this book, I'm like, I just want to tell you guys everything. Like you have that moment where you're like, I need somebody to talk about like everything about this. This is definitely a book I wish I was buddy reading with someone. Mistakes were made. I should have buddy read this with someone. Elisa missed the sprints last week, but so good they're back here. Yeah, we didn't have sprints last week. I missed having them. Hey, Dee Dee, about to finish your last 100 pages. Oh, how was the Potato Factory? I want to read that one. How was it? Did you like it? I think, Anne, you read it, right? And you really enjoyed it? I think that's how I heard about it. Lilu, it is strange, but you're here for the wild, confusing ride. I feel that. Oh, there's a little bug on my screen. Oh, it's still there. And my screen's like a touch screen, so oh well, it's just gonna be there. Alex, yes, also loves Piranesi. You're welcome. Faithful managed to read and update your social media night last sprint. Good job. This bug is like super distracting. Okay, I got it. I got it without messing up the screen. I'm pretty sure it's still alive because it survived all the other finger swipes that I did to it. It's the third in a fantasy trilogy set in and around a magical library. Love that. You're determined to finish Orbital. I saw that. I saw that you were still working on that. I was like, you're still reading Orbital? there's no way that's gonna be a good experience. I don't know. Maybe. I'll be interested to see what your final thoughts are on it. I really enjoyed it, but I was one of those that like read it pretty much straight through. Capricia, who's reading Star Wars, you're trying different ones. Maybe do the graphic novels first. You love the movies. Oh, yeah. Okay, so where to start with the Star Wars? That's a good question. You're loving it. You're contemplating. Oh, I didn't know there was a book too. I didn't know it was a trilogy. I need to pick up Potato Factory soon because it looks like a satisfyingly long book too. You don't think you can even read it because it's just unfair to the book. Okay, that's fair. I could see that, yeah, because then it's like so spaced out for such a short book. But at least you'll have finished it. But see, this goes back with my theory that shorter books are actually harder to DNF than longer books. Because a shorter book, you're like, just finish it. A longer book, you're like, no way. Alicia made it to chapter 4 in Austin at Sea, switched the laundry, did the dishes. Lisa, Orbital was so good. You read it over several plane rides. Ooh, that would be such a cool experience to like have your own version of being able to look down at the Earth. I like that. Um, and Katie's reading the Han Solo trilogy. Ooh, okay, that sounds pretty exciting. And yeah, that sounds like a good place to start. I guess. I don't know. Sounds good to me, especially if you're familiar with Star Wars. Amberly, you need to read Orbital. You meant to get to it last month, but did not. It goes pretty quickly if you start it, but yeah, I would say what I feel like is what Alex has experienced is that it's probably better read in one sitting or like as close to a couple of days. Like basically read it as close to straight through as you can because it is a book that has no real plot, and so if you put it down, it is easy to come back into, but then it's also tempting to just keep putting it down. The writing is very good, but then when you put it down, yeah, see, we think the same thing. I hadn't even read that when I was saying that. And yes, Orbital was your favorite last year, and I could see why. And hey, Keisha, how are you doing? Good morning. You're reading A Short Stay in Hell. Who is that by? And who else has been reading that? I feel like that book has been going around. I hope you're enjoying it. It's good to see you. And the audio is very good. I didn't think about trying that on audio. I could see that. Are there like sound effects and stuff? I feel like that could make it interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to finish Sour Cherry in this sprint. And when we come back from the next sprint, I'm not going to tell you guys what this book is about because I have to figure out how to explain that without. but I will tell you my initial thoughts. I'll see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Welcome inside. So we are back. We are in the living room. We are by the bookshelves and all the things. So how did everybody's sprint go? That sprint went well for me. Obviously, I moved us back inside. It is now in the high 70s, so not horrible, but still hot enough in the sun that my computer has only just now decided that it's cold enough to turn its fan off. And yeah, what did I do? I did finish Sour Cherry, the book that I was reading. It sounds like a flavor of something. And what do I want to say about this book? It was good. It was very good. And I think there are certain type of people who will like this book, and there's probably quite a few of you out there. I would say this is a book that people would like if you are okay with the story not totally explaining itself. If you are okay with getting pretty obvious hints and nudges and reveals, but then still having to at the end of this book or during the book really have to sit there and piece together what you think is happening and what exactly everything means. I feel like most of the things in the books and the symbolism and stuff is explained, but it's explained so far out that you'd really have to go back and think, okay, now that I know what that means, what did this part of the story mean? That kind of thing. So you have to be the kind of person who either likes diving into that or just doesn't mind going, oh, interesting, that's interesting. I'm not going to go back and think about what that says, but I'm glad I know. And it definitely has some horror elements. It got more horror and gothic and feel as the book went on. I would say the book starts very ominous, but not feeling like that. I definitely had a shocking moment where, probably just me because I don't read a lot of horrors or thrillers, I thought I knew what was happening in one area and then I was totally wrong. And then when I found out what really was happening there, I was like, oh my gosh, I was not expecting that. So, yeah, I could see this book having appeal to a lot of people. And I think it was just, in general, a really good read. Very, very well written. Maybe just a tad too confusing for me personally. I don't want to be spoon fed, but I do eventually want answers. I don't want to feel like I have to fill in the story and the blanks at the end. But that's just my own personal bias. So I will be reviewing this more fully when I get to my weekly wrap up on books that I have recently hauled. So this is one I've very recently hauled, and so is the next one that I will be reading. So the rest of today, I will be reading The Inevitable by Daniel Hope. Do not ask me where I heard about either of these books because I have no idea. No clue. I think I may have at one point been checking out independent publishers, found an article that described maybe 50 independent publishers and had links to their websites. And then I went and looked at their websites and looked at what books they had that were recently coming out. Though this was from 2023 or 21. I don't know, guys. I don't know how I heard about these books. So Sour Cherry was probably one of the ones that it was being released soon or 2025 new release for this indie publisher, which I should look and tell you what the indie publisher is. I can tell you for The Inevitable. Well, currently the indie publisher or the publisher is Hawthorne Books. That's not who originally published this book, which is why it's been released with this cover, I think, this year. But I think was originally published in 2023. I don't know. I can't quite figure it out. No, the first edition was 2023. I don't know. I know the cover design hasn't changed. Just in some of the covers, it's a white background instead of this one. And in some of the cover designs that look like this one, he's facing this way instead of that way. Anyway, what is this book about? This book is about the last surviving robot who escapes what kind of war is it called? The bot riots. He escapes the bot riots and is able to leave Earth. And he is now alone and traveling the universe, trying to find parts and pieces to keep himself from falling apart. And along the way, he meets other people that he befriends. So it's described on the front as sci-fi thriller heart and soul. I'm hoping that it's going to be like a survival story with found family. It seems like it's supposed to be a little bit more on the heartwarming side. I'm hoping that the thriller part comes in a bit of a chase, because he is being hunted by collectors that I'm assuming are maybe people that are trying to just collect him to use for parts. And it's not very clear in this picture, but that yellow thing on his back is not his backpack. It is, in some of the pictures, you can see more clearly than others. In fact, depending on the picture, it changes. In this picture that you guys are seeing, it's like a camera in something. There is another cover of this book where what's in his backpack is actually like a robotic foot, and getting to that idea that he's trying to find parts to use for himself, I think. So anyway, it sounds like a really interesting book. I'm apparently like knee deep in my sci-fi era, and the description of this book is kind of reminding me of Dawn by Octavia E. Butler, but with people instead of robots, and none of it is actually the same other than just maybe some part of the initial setup. I don't know. Maybe they're not similar, and it's just because I just recently read Dawn that I'm thinking that. But anyway, I have blabbed a lot. Good thing this is our long break. So this break will be 15 minutes instead of 10, because otherwise I would have eaten into a lot of it already. So let me see how you guys did this sprint. Let me know what you were up to. And wanted to know if anyone has read The New Ocean Vuong, The Emperor of Gladness. I have not, and I don't feel like I can. I've seen people review it. If you look on BookTube, people have been reviewing it, but I don't feel like I've listened to what any of them said, or maybe they just said they were going to read it. Diana's done with the William Wordsworth poem and going to read your chapter Finnegan's Wake in the next couple of chapters. Nice. You should say Wordsworth poetry book. Okay. I was like, oh, you're just reading one poem, but got it. Nice job. Hey, Sophia, how are you doing? Page 135 of 615 in Obsidio. Nice. That's the second book, right? In the Illuminae. Alicia didn't read as much as you hoped, but got a bit of stuff done in that hour. Well, that is still more stuff done than you had an hour ago. Elisa read a little bit, made spicy rice cake soup. Yum. What kind of spice? Because this really sounds Korean to me. But that might just be because that's the only rice cake that I've ever had. Actually, that's not true. I have had rice cake in this Chinese dish that I really like, but I tend to eat rice cake most frequently in Korean food. But let me know what kind of spices you used. Denise started reading Spy Family. Nice. About halfway through. Are you on Spy Family 1? Is this your first Spy Family adventure? Hey, Brennan, how are you doing? Reading The Honey Witch, currently at 54%. Nice. How are you liking it? And we just moved outside. And Anita stepped away for lunch. Ooh, chicken salad sandwich. That sounds good. Now you're going to continue your writing. Awesome. Hey, Paula, how are you? Sue, homeowners insurance won't cover it. Not sure where to go from there. Maybe try the county or your state. Sometimes there will be different types of things like that. I'm so sorry, Sue. Or you could check your county, whoever your water is through, to see if on their site, or if you call them, if they know of any organizations, that kind of thing that would help. That's so frustrating. Yeah, I know, Sue. I feel like you're just going through one not easy at all situation after the next. I'm sorry. Hey, Kristen, how are you? Just in time to hear the Illuminate trilogy mentioned. Nice. See, it was meant to be, right? Elisa, it's Korean. Okay, yes, yep. Gochujang. Yeah, red chili paste. Yay! That's like my favorite spicy paste ever, 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 ever. And then if you mix it with the brown soybean and then you get like the little dip. Ah, now I want some Korean food. Volume one. Okay, nice. And Kristen, lots of work going on. You don't feel the best. Oh no. But once you finish work, you're going to be reading The Singularity. Okay. Well, I hope you're able to, keep going, make it through work, and then be able to rest. I'm sorry you're not feeling well today. And Faithful was saying hello to Paula. I know. It's so good. It's like the most amazing. I think it's not just that it's spicy, but it's got such a good flavor to the spice. And it's like salty and a little bit umami. And Lilu's 38% through Paranacy, making good progress. Yay. Faithful was sorry to hear about what you're going through, Sue. You're welcome. Hey, Teresa, how are you? It does seem like a long time. I hope you're doing well. How's your day today? Because, yeah, I know like we weren't here last week, and then I think the week before or something like that, right? You were only able to pop in or something like that. So hope you're able to stay for a bit. And Faithful was saying to Kristen to feel better soon. Yes, yes, yes. Your go-to meal that you make at least twice a month is noodles. Oh, ooh, with hot honey. Oh, you like it hot. And vinegar sauce. Oh, so good. That would tear my stomach up, Kristen. I have a very sensitive stomach. Like I can't do too much acid of anything. But that sounds so good. So, so good. But I'd have to like half probably the amount of everything you put in there. Kristen says, thanks to Faithful. You think you just need to prioritize your sleep. Oh, hopefully an easy cure. I hope so too. And hello to Teresa. I know it does sound good, doesn't it? And Alex was making progress in orbital, but had to go help the kiddo with algebra. Hope you can pick your book back up. Do it, Chris. Do it, Kristen. Do it, Alex. Pick it back up. Don't stop. Don't stop. I mean, you stopped, but keep going. Keep going. Just get into the habit of like picking it up and continuing to go. So in the next sprint, I'm going to be reading The Inevitable. I thought I would show you guys my bookmark that now I'm afraid I'm going to break the way I'm pulling it out. So here's my little bookmark. What do you guys think it's a bookmark of? Put in the comments what you think I'm about to pull out. There is something else on this bookmark. I'll do this so you can see it a little bit better. Tell me what you think the rest of it is. Hey, Dee Dee, how are you? And you don't know if there's the same rice cakes, but you like it with peanut butter. No, they're different rice cakes. I know what you're thinking of. You're thinking of like the rice cakes that are made of like puffed rice. These are actually rice cakes that are like, they're like soft, like dumpling type soft, but they're not filled with anything. They're like, I don't want to say gelatinous because that sounds gross, but they're like a rice dumpling. Like if you took a solid thing of rice and made it into a dumpling. You've probably had it before, but if somebody didn't tell you that's what it was in your dish, you probably didn't know that that's what it was. Okay, Faithful saying fish. You've never heard of The Inevitable. Neither have I. So this is a total risk. Is that a goldfish or a mermaid? Mermaid, a fish, a whale, a sweet candy. Ooh, that sounds good. And a hello to Dee Dee. You thought a fish for Moby Dick, but not sure now. You like thick noodles made out of rice? Yes, those are good too. Hello to Faithful. Denise thinks it's Moby Dick, and it is a goldfish. How cute is that? I know, if they had one that was a whale, that would have been even better. And speaking of whales, when we come back, I'm going to share with you this book that I hauled when I went to the used bookstore. It is so funny. So I'll show you my little fish there. I felt like this was something he'd have in his bag. Is this the graphic novel you never? It is not a graphic novel. This is just a work of it is cute, isn't it? Ah, I love cute bookmarks. I can't stop myself, but I really need to. Anyway, okay, let's go into our next sprint. I'm going to be reading and I'll give you guys a better idea of what this is about when we get back from our next sprint. So happy sprinting, everyone. Yeah, I do that too. So no judgment. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. I spent the entire time reading The Inevitable, and I'm really enjoying it so far. I have made it just 34 pages in. I'm really taking my time with it. And again, let me tell you a little bit more about it now that I have read a bit more. So, The Inevitable is about the last bot in the universe, whose name is Tuck. He used to be a basically human companion robot a la Clara in the Sun back on Earth before the bot riots, which still haven't been explained. So I can't tell you what that is. And don't worry, there will be no significant like spoilers because I'm still in the exposition of the book where they're just setting everything up. And so now it is 150 years later. Tuck has had to leave Earth. No idea why. Don't know if it's because of the bot riots or what. He used to be the companion of David. Now he's wandering the universe. And as far as I can tell, all he is seeking to do is find his parts because, again, he was created 150 years ago. Bots now seem to be out. Drones are the sort of only robot that are still around because they're not sentient. And don't have feelings, which seems to be part of the problem that humans had with bots. Humans still exist. I'm assuming there's other alien races. I don't know. But Tuck is going around trying to find different body parts to sort of keep himself together. And in the midst of that, he's coming across all sorts of different lowlifes and people on different planets doing different things. Everything's about corporations and making money. And he's trying to strike deals and he's having to go to underground things to try and get the parts he needs to keep himself going. He is trying to avoid basically wearing out. And in the midst of this, we start discovering that one of the things that Tuck is trying to understand is the inevitable, thus the name of the book. And I'm thinking that the idea of the inevitable, as far as I can tell, is just the idea that everything at some point must come to an end, including people as well as Tuck. And it talks about this in the very first paragraph on the back of the book. Well, the back of the book is just one paragraph, but in the first couple of sentences, as well as in the blurb somewhere on here, that it talks about like life and death and what is the difference between them. Because I'm guessing that as a bot, that Tuck doesn't understand death. And so I've already had a scene where he's like, I don't understand what happened to this person. Like, what's the difference between when they were alive and when they weren't? So very interesting. I definitely have read just enough of the back that I know that he meets different people. He has made friends with the AI that's on board his ship. And its name is David, and I think he runs into other people. I'm definitely getting found family vibes. And it also helps that the dedication in the book is to found family. Huh. So what's not to love about that? I already like Tuck. I like his mindset. I like that his motivation is he's just focused on self-preservation, but he's not willing to do anything to do that. He is very intelligent and thoughtful, of course, because he's a bot. We get a lot of how he's like doing really quick calculations in his head. The only complaint I have about the book so far, and I doubt that this is going to change, is that there are definitely moments when the writing style, especially surrounding like the science fiction elements, gets to like over explaining things. So it's like she used, some technical scientific made up term that they have for a piece of equipment. And then it explains to you what that piece of equipment does instead of just showing you what it does, which it then does after the explanation. So I'm like, you didn't need to tell me. Like, you could have just told me that it was, you could have showed me by explaining things that it was like a Google lens, basically. But anyway, the multiple characters have been introduced. I like the characters. There's been some action. The action was really well written. So there's just a few lines here and there that are a little cliche, a little cheesy, a little over explained, but not many. So I don't think the writing is going to be like 5-star level, but it's definitely 4-star level. And so far, like the plotting, the sequencing, the characters, all loving all of them. So I'm super excited about this book. In the next sprint, however, I am going to get up and do a couple of things around the house. Don't forget to get up and stretch yourself if you need that. Take care of yourself today in whatever way you need to do. And let's see what was going on for you guys during that sprint. Teresa was saying hello to Faithful, and they were introducing one another, introducing each other to one another. How do you even say that? Like, you know what I mean? Anne had to move out of the sun. I bet it's now 80 outside. I may also go and sit outside for part of the sprints, but I'm not going to take you guys out with me just yet because I know my back porch is still in full sunlight. Kyra just got back from dinner and immediately going into this sprint. Yay, love that for you as well. Hope your dinner was yum. Did you win it? What book won the J pick? You have not missed it. That will be announced on Saturday. Yes, Saturday in my May wrap up video, I will be announcing which book won. There is a winner. If you really want to know before Saturday, I have locked the comments or put them on pause or whatever so no one else can pause. So you can go watch the video and or not watch the video. You can go look at the video and count for yourself in the comments and check my math. But I know what has won, and I know what I'm most likely going to be reading for that week. And Christina said hello to Dee Dee. It does sound really good. I'm really liking it so far. So I think this is going to be a good sort of like low stakes but good action sci-fi, like with just enough sci-fi, though it's definitely got some 90s feeling sci-fis, like the blasters, like the blaster 1600 kind of thing. And I'm like, can we get past the point where we're naming the weapons and just describing them? Could it just be a blaster? I don't know. Christina gives us reminders to do all the things. That's right. Alicia, still here. Okay, you sound muted. Oh no. Had lunch, updated book journal. Okay, well, good. I'm glad you're still getting stuff done. Sophia didn't answer the question. That's okay. You're grabbing a snack, but this video is the third and final book. Oh, yeah. And I remember you were rereading it. No worries, Mickey. I know you're working, so hope that's going well for you. And Faithful was saying it is her first time. And yeah, Dee Dee sent you here. Teresa needs to run to the store to get a few things. All right, sounds good. Hopefully you'll get back and read some. And thank you very much. I hope it is a safe and fun place. And Anita is still working on your writing still. Sounds good. Sounds like you're making good progress. Sophia is on 190 of 615. Okay, good going. Hey, Dina, how's it going? You'll be in and out, but hope to get some reading done in the Winter King. Nice. I hope that for you as well. Hi, Regina. How are you? You had to get some work done, but now you're reading All the Sinners Bleed. Ooh, S.A. Cosby. Oh, you put Agalia's Daughter on hold. Yay. Let me know what you think of it. I hope you enjoy it. It is like hilarious and sad and devastating and disturbing and exciting and all sorts of emotions, just so you know, and all sorts of content. And Faithful was saying thanks to Teresa. Hello, Lauren. Happy Monday to you. You're on chapter 23 of Reminders of Him, and it's really good. Excellent. Well, welcome. I hope you have a good time reading it today. Yay, you finished Spy Family. Oh no, it was okay. Darn. I don't really read manga, so Clara in the Sun is so good. It was good. I was very surprised, kind of sort of, by how it went and ended. Because I feel like if you read one Kazu, you can kind of have read all of them in some way. But this is giving me semi-similar vibes to Clara in the Sun in terms of a bit of found family, but you're not in that first-person narration. And it's very different story, very different writing style. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. Alicia ate some lunch for the kiddos, updated your book, switched to nonfiction, not starting your next nonfiction. Okay. Brennan read 2%. Nice. Alex just listened to Annie Bot. Oh, it's weird, but you kind of liked it. Hey, Nani, how are you? Reading the Bible. Hope you can later start the Promised Neverland manga. Nice. Really interesting, right? Yeah. I'm going to pause this for just a second just to get through a couple more of these comments because I babbled a lot at the start. And Lisa's halfway through your audiobook, more laundry. Ooh, I need to switch some laundry. Yeah. We'll also be doing some stitching on a Christmas stocking. Ooh, okay. Yeah, good. Elisa finished reading an article, opened your laptop, and opened like 10 more references. Yeah, that PhD grind. Alex, so much for only reading books you own. You want to see if your library has it. It might. I feel like I've seen it in some libraries and maybe on Hoopla as an ebook or something like that. Maybe. It does sound very cool. The author is Daniel Hope. Oops. And it was published in 2023. It's funny, as much as you enjoyed Clara and the Sun, it was your least favorite Ishiguro. I could see that. It was definitely not my favorite, but I felt the same way. Like I enjoyed it, but it was not my favorite. And this has like a very different premise completely. It's like way more like science, sci-fi space kind of thing. Hey Rita, how are you? You're on the road. Oh, hello. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. It's the only issue girl you've read. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you checked ebook only. Yep. That was the same for me. It was only as an ebook. But hey, it is as an ebook if you want it. I think it's too new, and because it started out independently published, I think that's probably also why there's probably not an audiobook for it, is my guess. So that is the last comment that I can see right now. So I'm going to go ahead and get us back into our next sprint because I already babbled through part of our break. And yeah, there we go. Another hour on the clock. I'm going to get up and get some stuff done, and I will see you all back in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I read all of 2 pages. I spent the entire sprint getting stuff done around the house, but I've now tired. I've now tidied my whole house, like thrown garbage out, straightened things up from like the last of our getting back into town. And yeah, everything around the house is all set and good. So that's feeling nice now. Finished up the laundry, put the laundry away. I did all the things. And then by the time I did all that, I was super hot. So then I just sat on my bed. Well, I lay on my bed in front of the fan for a little while and enjoyed that. And then I came back and read 2 pages. So that is how my sprint went. I just remembered that at some point, I said I was going to show you something that I hauled while we were on our trip. I did an unhaul going to my favorite used bookstore, which of course then meant I had store credit, and then I spent it all. And one of the very last minute things that I picked up that I was like, I have to have this, is this little book of cocktails. And it's cocktails with a literary twist. And yes, the title is Tequila Mockingbird. And I just couldn't help myself. I love a good pun, and this book is full of them. Not only does it have cocktails for some of your, I'm, I'm just reading them. Okay, for some of yeah, some well-known classics, it also has little like appetizers to go with them. So let's see here. You can make here an Ethan Palm. Like, I'm imagining that's oh, that actually sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna tell you what's in them. Um, you can also make something like let's see, what's a good one that everyone will know the reference to. And yes, there is one for Moby Dick, in case you're wondering. You could make, and I don't know how well you guys know your um mixed drinks, but you can make a Bridget Jones's a daiquiri. That seems rather important. The turn of the screwdriver. And for different foods, you might want to have olives and twist. That's always tasty. Let's see. The deviled eggs wears Prada. And other such things. I think there's, oh, and cherry poppins. Because I was going to say, I think there's some non alcoholic drinks in here. Yeah, cherry poppins is one of them. So this may be showing up at times in my life because now I have to have a drink every time I read one of the books in here. Like it seems like a necessary part of life now. But literally the book is just laugh out loud funny. All right, so let's go back and see how you guys did during the sprint. Amberly missed the chatty bit. Oh, you were out covering the garden. Oh, yes, it is that time of year again, isn't it? You're on page 43 in the book that held her. Nice. Hey, Doug, how are you? Oh, yeah, for the Flatland. Yay. You enjoyed Edwin Abbott, but had forgotten how anti woman and anti Black his brand of activism was. Yeah, not surprising, because I have the feeling like he can sort of be against Victorian morals, but is still Victorian himself at heart, right? Yeah, not a surprise there. And Shayna, it's been a busy day, but excited to be able to hop on sprints now. Welcome, welcome. And you're always surprised when you see progressive thinkers get one thing right, like class, and then totally miss the boat on something else. I feel you there. I feel you. I'm like, you were so close. You were so close. And then you stop. That's actually an issue that I have with Herman Melville, is on so many levels. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, okay. You're just walking back all the work you just did. And it's amazing to see like the disconnect. It's like fascinating. I find it endlessly fascinating how like glaringly big blind spots can be, like just removed a few years, right? And Dex says hello to Shayna. Colorland is cool. You were just talking about Edwin Abbott's Flatland. There, the 3D people are from Spaceland. Yep, I know. And the idea of Colorland is cool. Anne has ordered another book. Which book, Anne? Princess is laughing. Anne doesn't understand why or how, but books just seem to find their way into your house. We seem to all have that problem. Yes, that's true. They know we'll take good care of them. Yay, you finished Orbital. Woo! Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what your final thoughts were on it. Brennan made a doctor's appointment and read 1%. Nice. Amy's been so busy. Oh, I feel like you haven't gotten anything accomplished. You did do some audiobook listening this last sprint. Well, see, there's that. You got your yoga done earlier. But I know what you mean, where there's days where it feels like you're doing stuff, but maybe all the stuff is taking longer than you thought. So then it feels like you did nothing. I know the feeling for sure. Denise read 40 pages of Wish Tree. Emily's back from paying bills and running errands, going to read a little finally. Nice. Next sprint and pick up the living room. Sounds good. 48 pages for Christina. Hello, Christina. Of Silver Elite. Nice. Love the title and cover. Yeah. Oh, for Tequila Mockingbird, I know. Except I don't like tequila, so I almost didn't buy the book, but I did skim it to make sure that every drink wasn't with tequila, because then that would have been a no-go. Elise is about 50% of the way through The Raven King and probably should sleep. Oh, but it's so fast-paced, you want to keep reading. Oh, what's going to happen next? You need to get out and host book club with it. Yes, right? Yes, for sure. A drive-in drink. No, that would not be good. That would not be good. Not at all. Dina, fun. You should have a literary party with a bartender, right? I know, because that was my only thing, because I'm like, I don't have a bar worth of alcohol, and I would definitely need one. So I'm going to have to be very, like, choosy about which ones, because, like, I'm pretty sure if I showed up at a bar with this book and was like, could you make me a rum of one's own? The bartender would be like, what is wrong with you? No. I do like rum and I usually have some. So, ooh, I could probably make a rum of one's own. I'll probably be in a room of my own by the time I'm done with that. Oh, you can try one a day. Oh my gosh. I don't think I could drink that. It's all hard liquor. I don't think I could do that, Anne. Lisa needs the book. Yes. Loving the puns. I know. They are great, aren't they? You love Tequila Mockingbird. Have you heard of Haiku You by David? No, I haven't. I'll have to look that up. Emily once hosted a dinner where every dish was featured in a piece of literature. Oh, and you then tasted the author's favorite drinks and they had to match the drink to the author. That's fun. See, and it would have been that much better if you had have just had like appetizers beforehand. But yes, if I have a literary party and I have an open bar, this will be all we serve. How much fun would that be at like Christmas time? To have like a little Christmas party with like cocktails, like a little Christmas cocktail party? I'd die. Alicia got some apple slices and got to page 30 of nonfiction, which you would call unclutter. That's funny. Dina, you wish you were Emily's friend, right? Well, really, you wish you were her like in-person friend. Denise had to look up the book. It's part of a series. You also found Are You There, God? It's Me, Margarita. Yep, Gone with the Gin. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. You don't host big dinner parties like that anymore. You don't have space for it. That's fair. Hello, Beth. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Just hopping on, trying to decide your sightseeing prompt for a tar. Nice. Let us know what you end up picking. Unless you want to keep it a secret from other teams. I think that might be a thing. Denise, drive me to drink, never drive and drink. Okay. I was going to say, I was like, Denise, that's really dangerous. And we definitely don't want that to be happening. Good point with Melville and his native harpooners. Right, exactly. It's like on the one hand, the relationship that the guys have, you're like, oh yeah, okay, you're like really saying something here. And then you're like, but then you describe them and talk about them and fall right back into all the same old traps of rum of one's own. Yes, that's right. Diana was a bartender at one time. I can't believe some of the names of the drinks at the time. These would have been fun, right? Yeah, because they're not like they are interesting mixes, but they're not like crazy drink mixes. And Zinnia, hello! You were able to pop on reading the favorites. Yay! I hope you enjoy it. It seems like a lot of people liked it. I'm assuming the favorites, the book, is what you're reading. All right, let's go back into our sprints. We got another hour on the clock. I'm going to go back to reading The Inevitable. I'm looking forward to seeing what's happening next because I'm definitely getting Slash at the inciting event where he's going to have to make a choice that's going to change things forever. I always love that moment in a book. Anyway, I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I spent my time reading more of Inevitable. I have made it to The Inevitable, I should say. I've made it to chapter 9, page 74, and it's going really well. I'm really enjoying this story. I'm totally sucked in. I'm loving the different characters in this book. They're so interesting. Some of them are quirky. They all have their weird little thing. I'm trying to think how to relate the characterization in this book to. It reminds me of another story that has a lot of different interacting, quirky, weird characters going on in it. Almost like in a John Scalzi book or something like that. But yeah, I'm liking the characters. There's some good action here and there. It's got a very, I feel, traditional sort of sci-fi plot where it's you know, the robot is being chased, he's got a mission, there's the good side, there's the evil side, there's the evil scheme going on kind of thing. Um, but it's still feeling really original in terms of just the whole story and plot line. Well, I guess the plot line is feeling rather traditional, but the story elements themselves are feeling still sort of unpredictable and interesting and new and fresh. But either way, whatever. I'm really enjoying the book, so I'm glad that I somehow randomly found out about this book and that I'm reading it. So, yeah, let's see how you guys did. I'm going to be up and about during this next sprint, probably getting a snack. Well, it's 5 o'clock. Maybe I should wait until dinner. Maybe I'll just have the apple and not the granola bar I was planning on having with it. We'll see. Um, and let's see how we were doing. Oh, yeah. When we left off, Elisa was going to sleep. And dramatic. What was dramatic? What were we talking about, Anne? I don't remember. And Doug, Haiku U, Ivan Turgenev, Fathers and Sons, and Nihilist Dies Without Having Achieved Much. Oh no, you told me the end. Vision accomplished, 99 more pages of similar hilarious literary haiku. That is funny. But that would kind of ruin the books, wouldn't it? I guess you'd have to only read the ones that are on stories that you know. But man, now I know how Fathers and Son ends. No. I don't know that I was reading that anytime soon, though, so I'll just let myself forget that information. Christina has our little reminder to hydrate, feed, check laundry. I'm done with laundry. Take meds, stretch, show love to the like button, and all the things. Anita had a nap, feeling a bit off today. Oh no, you're going to do some reading. I'm going to do some reading about writing. All right, sounds good. I hope you start feeling better. And a hello to Christina. Emily got to page 142. Need to get to 210, and then you could DNF and still count it for Amethyst. What are you reading again, Emily? I love that now you're like, I just need to make it this far so I can finally put this book down because it's clearly not working. Zinnia got to 103 of the favorites, loving the figure skating aspect of it so far. Nice. Denise made it to 119 in Wish Tree. Really good. Heading to the library. We'll listen to the chat on your way. Sounds good. Drive carefully and have fun at the library. What are you picking up? Brennan didn't read anything in that sprint, but going to pick up Sunny Side Up by Jennifer and Matthew Holm. You have 2 books you haven't finished yet in the book series, so rereading all the rest of them. Nice. Love a good reread. And went back outside. Lovely. Diana got to 342 of Finnegan's Wake, and you're going to move on to Flatland. Yay! I love that everybody's reading Flatland now. I hope you enjoy it, Diana. It's very, very fascinating what it has to say about class. And Viviana fell asleep. Oh no, you must be tired. I think a lot of people are tired. Did anybody see the Northern Lights last night? I totally forgot all about it, and I had wanted to go outside and see if I could see any of the flickering or anything. I didn't even look up to see what time I would have needed to see it at. So clearly I wasn't super invested in that. Oh well. but let me know if you saw it. And she spent the time shopping the Audible cash sale. Ooh, how's that work? What does that look like? Do fill us in. And we'll read during the next sprint. Sounds good. Keisha got 45 pages into Yellow Wife. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. You've had it on your shelf for a while, so you're excited to finally get to it. Nice. That's always a good feeling to feel like you're finally getting through some of those TBR vets. And sometimes I feel like the one thing I will say about TBR vets is I feel like it's always satisfying to get to them and to finally read them, even if I don't end up liking them. Like they're probably the most satisfying 3-star reads that I have, because it's like, okay, maybe I waited a long time for that to just be okay, but at least I can say, okay, I finally read it and now I don't have to think about it anymore, if that makes sense. Oh, you tried, but you didn't see anything. Okay. I don't know how much I would have been able to see. Sometimes, well, usually if we look right over our house and south, we can see the stars really well. But then if there's any bit of cloud coverage, even if it's not right over our house, then sometimes we get enough light pollution that we can't see. And it depends on what lights are on in our town. Whether the football stadium nearby has lights on or not. There's all sorts of things that seem to affect whether we can see the stars or not. But most of the time, I would say we can see the stars outside. So I did think I had a good chance of seeing it. And then I just slept straight through. And I didn't even sleep straight through the night. I woke up in the middle of the night and it was dark out. So depending on what time, even if it was in the middle of the night, I still possibly could have seen it. But that didn't work out for me. So anyway, I'm going to keep going in the inevitable. It would be nice to make it to maybe page 100 today. I'm just very gently tabbing this book, kind of just doing a general, ooh, I like this, I don't like that. So I could share that with you real quickly. Some of the things that I'm not liking, I mentioned, were sort of the over-explaining that's happening, the occasional sort of cliche comments, really just twice. And then there's one thing that keeps coming up on this one type of device that they use. That was the device that was over explained. People get a certain look whenever they're using it. And instead of just mentioning and pointing this out once, that when people use this device, this is what they look like. Every single time people use this device, they get this look on their face and we're reminded that they have this look on their face because they're using the device. And I'm like, I get it. Please stop telling me. But beyond that, I'm loving the action. I'm loving the characters. I'm loving the discussion that is starting to evolve about mortality. I like the structure of this book, which is goes back and forth between what's happening in the present time, and then every now and then he's uploading memories and he's going back through these memory files he has. Loving those memory files and what that is building in terms of his characterization. So really, really just nice, subtle topic to be going on. And I'm really loving the experience that the author has built in this book so far. Hey, Camilla, how are you doing? You're going to alternate between the night shift and the reformatory. Ooh, wow. Okay. You've got two really good books going on there. And you think you had too much interference with ambient light. Yeah, I could see that. And Amelia's back from book club. Yay! Back from exercising, back to reading. Nice. What was your book reading for book club, Amelia? Let us know. Alrighty, and that is the end of our sprint there. I can't believe it's already 5 o'clock. I don't know where the day went, but yay us, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and get some stuff done around the house. And then once that's set, I'm definitely going to be sitting down and reading some more of The Inevitable. I am going to turn off my camera this go round because my fan is still slightly on, which is sometimes an indicator that my camera is getting warm. So that will be off this sprint, but I will still be here and by and watch. And I will see you in the next sprint. Ooh, 85% off for Audible cash sales. You only get things that are less than the cost of a credit for your yearly plan and not available through the library. Makes sense. So you guys can check that out if you use that. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. All this time I forgot I wasn't on camera. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. I actually spent a lot of time working on like my planner and different things like that. Um, and only got maybe 3 or 4 pages done. I'm not even sure. So I'm still in chapter 9. I didn't read a lot that sprint, but I'm still really enjoying this book. I find every time I pick it up, I'm just like right back in there. I want to know what's going on, what's going to happen next. Um, there's definitely some curious things going on in the background. Um, yeah, I feel like I would really say this reminds me of John Scalzi. I've only read one book by him, which was the Kaiju Preservation Society, but there's like silly things that the characters are doing that kind of reminds me of the humor. The plotting and the action kind of reminds me of his too, where it's like that familiar sci-fi action, but like done in such a unique way. Um, yeah, I'm enjoying this book even more than I hoped I would. So I really think I'm gonna make some good efforts to read it over the next couple of days because I have a feeling it's gonna be pretty hard to put down. I also don't have an audiobook going right now, which is kind of a bummer because there's times where I'm getting up and doing something, which would be a good time to listen to audiobook, but I do prefer a physical read, so I don't know, whatever. Let's see how you guys did during that sprint. During my next sprint, it's probably going to be a dinner sprint, but we'll see how the timing of that works out. Let's see here. Amelia was saying the book for your book club is a short story collection. Ooh. That particular collection is not translated into English, but a few of her stories are, as well as her novels, for example, Transit. Okay, nice. Well, sounds good. And put chicken in the oven for a little bit before you put it on the grill. Neely is doing the rest of dinner. Nice. Grilling for the evening. It's so nice outside too. It is 80 right now and has been for a few hours, but the humidity is practically non-existent for here. And so it is in the shade, such a pleasant 80. Even when you're walking in the sun, it's just like a nice warm sunny day, not like gruelingly hot. Teresa's back and ready to read. 8, did the grocery shopping, talk to your family, which you didn't need today. Oh no. We'll start with a book about caves. Nice. You had a lot of smoke. Oh, from the fires and couldn't see anything. Oh, wow. You're really getting this smoke. We'll stay safe and indoors, watch the air quality and stuff. I know that's really hard during the summertime to go through all that. So hopefully that will clear quickly for you. And Katie's back from this morning. Yay. You wrote almost 1,700 words. Yay. Hoping to get another 300 or so done. Nice. And then you can spend the rest of the night relaxing and reading. Nice. Sounds good. I hope you're able to get those last 300 in. Hey, Lisa, how are you doing? You're reading and enjoying Flowers for Algernon. We read that in high school, and I want to say I recall liking it. I mean, it's kind of a heavy, sad story, but you know what I mean. Hey, Mickey, you've been working and had a buddy read meeting tonight. You're almost finished with short story collection, Winter in the Air, and you both love it. Oh, that's so fun. It's always nice when like buddies like the same thing. And now you're going to read and listen to Aura May. Haven't heard of that one. You're about 100 pages out from finishing and might finish tonight before you start listening to an audiobook. Still haven't picked the audiobook. Fair. Let us know if you have choices. Brenna got to chapter 9. Nice job. Zinnia went and got your grocery order and put them all away and got to read more of your book. Got to page 106. Good job. You did a lot. Denise went to the library, checked out Bunnicula, renewed Everything is Tuberculosis. Didn't get to it. Okay, well, I'm glad you were able to renew it at least. Read to page 173. Oh no, it's raining cats and dogs. No. Hopefully, like, it's rain that you need and not like an excess of rain. Our beach is now closed here because I think our park is flooded at like, I think it got to 12 feet over normal. And so there was a lot that was closed. You think I'd like Transit? I've seen it around. I'll have to check it out again. Like, as in, like, look at it again and what it's about. Christina, less than 250 to go. Nice. And then what else was I going to tell you? Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, so two interesting things from the weekend. One, I did some weeding in the yard. Turns out we have Carolina nettles. I found that out the hard way. Fortunately, they're only like poisonous when you ingest them. In theory, because they definitely still stung like nettles. Partially because I totally grabbed it in my bare hand and pulled. Does it look spiky? Yes. Like on the leaves, on the stem, on the everything? Absolutely yes. Did I somehow convince myself that it was fuzz and not spiky thorns, despite how it looked? Or that the spiky thorns were going to be soft thorns? Yes, I told myself all these lies and I paid for it. And then I went out and got rubber gloves. And then I discovered that the one that was really big, even the gloves weren't going to work. I feel like I'm having like sensory memory pain from it. It wasn't that bad. Like it stung like a thorn would when you prick your finger, but they're not sharp like roses. They like are like tiny needles. So yeah, that hurt for a little bit. It hurt more the first day when I like just full on grabbed it. When I like realized that the big one was going through my gloves, that was just a little tiny prick. So I had to dig out the huge one I had, and then the smaller ones I could pull with my gloves on. So that was one thing. The other thing is we discovered there's this fun little French cafe where we live that the owners have worked at for 50 years. So they're now like running it as their like retirement restaurant. So they're open on Saturday. They have a little window that they open and they only serve you out of the window on Saturday. I'm assuming baked goods. I don't know. I didn't ask. And then on Sunday, you can go in for breakfast or brunch, but it's a preset menu. And they don't even tell you what the menu is. They literally just bring out the food. They're like, you can't order. We just bring you what we decided to make. And you go, okay. So we had coffee. We had a nice plate of food, and it also comes with dessert. And it was all lovely and really good. The owners are hilarious. They were a lot of fun. And then the other fun thing that you can do there is you can have a private dinner at the restaurant any day during the weeknight. You just have to arrange it with them, and then they will make a full course meal, like appetizers, wine, a fish plate, sides, a meat plate, and desserts. Um, so that sounds super fun. I'm like, ooh, birthday dinner. Except I'm like, I don't know that we have enough friends to pull enough people together. You only need 4 total, so we just need 2 more. But I'm like, who here would I invite to my birthday dinner? That's the question. Oh, but it sounds like fun. So maybe if I did like a meetup in my area sometime, we could have a private dinner there. And maybe I'd get a bartender to serve us some literary drinks. I really want to do that for some occasion. I just have to think of the occasion. Keisha got to 97 in Yellow Wife. It's about the survival of an enslaved woman in the 1850s. Ooh, tough read, but interesting. Good. Lisa finished Enchanted April. How did you like it? You didn't realize there was so much humor in it. I have not heard that about it either. The ratings for the book are not great, but you loved it. People seem all over the place about that one, so I'm not surprised. Some people love it, and then other people are like, that book was so boring. Yeah, Nettles. I was like, what just happened? The cave book was just okay. It was a children's. Okay, so it went quickly. Next, either continue The Nurse's Secret, which is good, or read your Goodreads Catholic Book Club book. All right. The Last Ugly Person. I have not heard of that one. And yay, Alex, you got the chat. How's it going? What are you doing today? The Last Ugly Person is short stories. Interesting. I would not have guessed that. You had to run out for baseball practice, walk, library hold pickup. Very good. I have a library hold pickup that I need to get. I'll probably go out and do that tomorrow, except I don't remember what the book is. I could look it up. I want to say it's the International Booker shortlisted book, In the Eye of the Big Bird, Under the Eye of Big Brother. Big Brother has a big eye. What's the name of that book? You guys know the one that I'm talking about. I think that's what my hold is. If it's not that, I really don't know. You picked up Ralph Ellison's Juneteenth. Nice, nice. I am curious about that one. Are you going to read it on Juneteenth? That's the question that everybody really wants to know. And then, like, how do people feel about? And I'm not trying to like make some topic here, but I've just noticed that different things are around different areas are doing stuff for Juneteenth, but they're all doing it not on Juneteenth because they're like, oh, it's on a Tuesday or whatever day of the week it is this year. Um, it's on a Thursday. And so a lot of them are doing stuff on the weekend, but I'm like, but the whole thing of Juneteenth is like the date itself. Like it's not really a movable holiday. So I kind of feel like that's weird. I mean, I'm still glad people are doing stuff for Juneteenth, but I still think it's weird that you're doing things like all over the place. Lisa really enjoyed the English humor. You think that's why you enjoyed it so much? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. There is definitely a difference. I like English humor, so I probably enjoy it. Under the Eye of the Big Bird. Thank you. I was like, Under the Eye of Big Bird, the Big Brother. I don't know why I thought brother was in there. How are you liking it, Amelia? Under the Eye of Big Bird is the title. It's translated from Japanese. Yes, yes. That was one of the books that was shortlisted that I was particularly interested in. I checked out a couple of the other like prize listed books just to see what they're about, and none of them intrigued me enough to start reading them. So we'll see if this one makes it on. If it does, it might get read this week. Like it might get read after I finish this book. You were invited to a cookout on the weekend, not the day, and you got confused and then realized because it's on a weekday. Yeah, yeah. Which is like really interesting because in my experience, I have known people who would like do a picnic or do stuff for Juneteenth, and this was before it became a federal holiday that the federal system is now not celebrating. But before it became a federal holiday, and they would take the day off from work. They were like, no, this is the day. And we're doing it on this day. So I don't know. Do I do Jane Austen July? I do not because I'm actually not a big enough fan of Jane Austen. Like, I don't mind her writing. I admittedly haven't read anything by her since college, but she's never been a favorite of mine. I've always just thought her work was okay. And I intentionally studied 18th century British Lit instead of 19th century British Lit so that I wouldn't have to read Jane Austen. It worked out for the most part. I still read Jane Austen, but not as much as I would have if I had have done 19th century. So she's just like, she's okay for me. I might have very different feelings about that if I read her now. Might I read a Jane Austen this July? No, because I have other plans for July. I almost thought for a second that I might. Amelia's not that far into it yet. You don't really know what's going on. Oh no, it's definitely weird. Oh, okay. I kind of felt like all of these feelings about everything on the Booker International this year. Like they all sounded good in my mind, and then I started reading them, and I was like, I don't really know what's going on, and you're not pulling me into the story. So we'll see. There's no mail delivery that day. Okay. Like of all the things that the Fed's going to do. I mean, because it is technically still a federal holiday. Under the Eye is a novel, and it felt like connected short stories. I feel like that's happening a lot now where people are writing novels, but they're feeling more like interconnected stories because like each chapter is about a different person, different point of view. That seems like a fad that's going on in novels right now. Have I tried the Book of Disappearance? I have not. I think largely because I can only get a hold of it right now as an ebook. So you really wanted it to win. How did you feel about the winner? Because I feel like there were a lot of people who were like, oh, okay. And I don't know if we ever discussed your thoughts on that, Anne. Amberly, you think your husband gets Juneteenth off at his new job? Everyone should get it off. Well, and Alex didn't end up finishing it, there was another hold at the library. Oh, and you couldn't renew it. Doesn't sound like you were too broken up about that. Anyway, let's go into our sprint. We have this sprint and probably at least one more. We'll see how that goes when we come back from the sprint. This is likely going to be a dinner sprint for me, so I'm going to be gone. And when I get back, I'm going back to the inevitable. So I will get back to your comments when we get back in an hour. Happy sprinting, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went well. It went quickly. I thought it was going to be a dinner sprint, but dinner's only just ready in the last couple of minutes. So I ate about half of dinner. We're having pork stir fry tonight, so that's going well. And I was actually able to spend the majority of the time reading. So that worked out really well. Things are on and popping. I'm really liking the pacing of this book. We get some good action scenes mixed in with some good character building and then right back to some like action happening. So that's fun. I also feel like I've been making some pretty decent progress in the book. I am on chapter 11 now, I think. Yep, just started chapter 11 on page 112. So that is going well. I will finish my dinner in the next sprint and maybe do some movement and stuff before I sit down to read. So we have a choice to make. We can have one more sprint, which will take us just to about 8:45ish. Yeah, I think we don't have choices. That sounds about right where we should be. So yeah, because this will take us to about 7:45, 8:45, and then we'll come back one last time. So that said, this is going to be our last sprint. Don't know how that happened so fast, but yeah. And it's super nice outside. So maybe after I finish eating, we'll go sit back outside for some evening vibes. Though it might get kind of dark in that last hour. I don't think it'll get too dark to see though. It's summer light time, right? Okay, let's go back up and see what you guys were doing during the sprint. Amelia started small, wanted small boat or a leopard skin hat to win. Yep. But you also liked Heart Lamp, the winner. Oh, okay, good. I feel like maybe not as many people read Heart Lamp. Some people seem to like it. Some people seem to really want something else to win. A lot of people seem to like most of the nominees. Keisha was saying the only book you really want to read from the list is Small Boat. Fair. Krishi Mima, you thought you were the only person in the world who feels that way about Jane Austen. You did love Emma. I liked Emma as well. All the others were worth reading, but you were never blown away. Same. We feel the same. And you haven't read the winner. A lot of people didn't like it. Yeah, I've heard mixed things. Um, isn't it short stories? I don't think it's short. I've heard weird explanations, but I think it is basically short stories. You need to feed the child before you're arrested for child. Oh yeah, do so. Do so. Feed the child. Amelia Heartlamp is short stories. Okay, good, but it gives you great insight to the lives of women in India and the challenges they are faced with. Yes, I wonder if people struggled to connect. That's what it seemed like to me, is that people struggled to connect to not their issues and challenges, but more to like felt like they were missing some cultural information. That's the little bit I heard. Um, Interconnected short stories, kind of, sort of. I don't know how much the lives interconnect. You think the main problem with Heart Lamp is the fact that it challenges our reading experiences, but as soon as you opened to it, you appreciated what it was telling you. I did wonder about this, about the reading experience of it, because it seemed like people just struggled to get into the stories, and I wondered if it was like it's a different writing style, like a different storytelling style, not just that it's short stories. Because I don't remember what it was that I heard, but something made me think something along the same lines, Amelia. Yeah, not interconnected, just short stories. Because I think it's the first short story that's won. Is that right? Um, Mickey thinks the audiobook will be a short story collection, Death by a Thousand Cuts, because it's due at the library. Oh, that's a good reason. Your other options are Land Bridge or We Meant Well. I say go with the soon to be back to the library return. You're very welcome, Viviana. Happy reading to you as well. Amelia might have to correct yourself. Maybe there are some small connections, but you would definitely need to take notes to figure that out. That's fair. Hey, Courtney, how are you doing? You're settling into work, but wanted to say hi and give a thumbs up before you get busy. Sounds good. Have a good evening at work. Thanks for all you do. Orome is written by Balu Gurma. The author wrote about the Derg and vanished soon after the book's publication and hasn't been seen since. The belief that he was unalive for writing the book. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. I hope that's not the case. Maybe he's just in hiding. One can only hope, right? Lisa's off to dinner. You're very welcome. Enjoy your dinner and have a great week. Brennan didn't read anything. You had to clean grill tools from under the grill. Oh no. The wind blew the grease everywhere. Oh no, what a mess. Teresa, The Last Ugly Person is the first short story in your book. Very interesting. 11 pages left. It's about the city getting rid of all the ugly people on the streets. Oh no. Oh, that sounds rough. Denise ate dinner, leftover pizza, finished Wish Tree. Yay! Congratulations on finishing. Ooh, I'm getting a 4-star out of it. Alicia ate dinner, sweet and sour chicken, and Sprint hopped, got to page 54 of Unclutter Your Habit. Nice. Yes, one more. Yep, we will do one more. Hopefully, you'll get all the things in. Dina's back after dinner and picking up the kid from a play date. Fun. Settled in to read for the rest of the night. Nice. You're almost done writing. Closer to 3,000 words. Nice. Good job, Katie. Teresa just sat outside to read. I know it's so nice out. I know. If I had a little table, I'd be eating outside. Lisa's 55% in. It's good but sad. Yes, that is so true. Amelia, good night. You're very welcome. Have a great week. Dina felt the same about Austin. You liked Emma and Mansfield Park, but she hasn't. Yeah, she's just not my favorite. So for me, it wasn't that like I hated her and didn't want to study her, but it was just she wasn't my favorite. And I knew that of the Victorian literature and other like 19th century novels that we would be reading, that there were a lot of classes offered on Jane Austen. I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that to myself. So, but no knock on anybody who does enjoy her work, because she did do a lot for writing during her time period. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and send us into our next sprint, and that will be our last sprint for the day somehow already. But I'm glad to be back here with you guys. I'm glad for all the reading I've gotten done. So when we get back, we will follow up. We'll have one last chat where we share what we did today and what we got done during whatever amount of the time you were here. Uh, yeah, you made it to 153. Very nice. And Emma is one Austen you can't get into. Interesting. It's very different from some of her other works. So I could see if you've read other of her work and you really like them, Emma's gonna feel very like, wait, what's going on? But anyway, all right, I'm gonna go eat the last of my dinner. I'm gonna skip the rest of this break so that we can have a good time and some good chatting when we come back. And I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back from our final sprint. How did everybody do? How did that go for everybody? Let me know. I'm just going to take our timer off so we can have one final discussion. And I guess I'll remove this picture that now seems amazingly big. So, how did that last sprint go? How did the day go for you guys? What did you get done? My last sprint went really well. I was super distracted by a rabbit hopping around, being incredibly cute, including sitting at one point on a tree stump and just sunning himself as the sun went down. It was ridiculously adorable. And I would have turned the camera around for you guys to see, but he was just far away enough in that direction that I knew, one, if I didn't scare him when I turned the camera around, that he was too far for you to see clearly. He would have just been like a dot, and he wasn't moving. So then it would have been really hard to point him out. But anyway, that went well. I really am enjoying this book quite a bit, even more than I hoped to. Though, of course, we always hope to enjoy every book we pick up. I'm on page 140, but this is not all that I worked on today. I started out the day listening to my song of the day in Year of Wonder, and I don't think I mentioned, like, I thought it was good. It worked well for doing my little eye therapy, so that was nice. I did read my letter today in Clarissa, the first letter for June, and that went well. I finished reading Sour Cherry, which I feel like I'm still processing, and I have no idea what I'm going to say to review this book. It's going to be something. And then I finished the day by starting and getting through a decent amount in The Inevitable. And that has all been going really well. I've had a really good day. I've enjoyed hanging out with you guys, and I've gotten a lot of reading done, which is what I really wanted to get done today, because last week while we were traveling, I started Dawn. By the end of 5 days, I had made it 70 pages, and not because the book wasn't good. It was really good. But like most of the days, I read maybe like 3 pages. And then I'd have like a day where I'd get 10 pages, and then a day I'd get 20, and it was a mess. So I'm glad to be back to my regularly scheduled program, if you will. All right, so let's see what you guys know, what you did in this last sprint, how things went for you before we call it a night. We were talking about Emma, and Dina was saying that it is a very slow start. I would agree, although that's true of a lot of classics from that time period. You started The Unicorn Woman. Ooh, how are you liking that? What are your thoughts? Let me know. I had that on hold, and this is the struggle I always have with getting books on hold from the library. It came in at a time where I just didn't feel like reading it, so I didn't. I don't know if I can get it out on hold again. It was I didn't have to place it on hold. I just placed a pickup for it. And Anne was going to read. Nice. Teresa, husband is at train club. Oh yeah, so you're bad and had a dilly bar before dinner. Yum yum yum. I might go out and get some ice cream because that sounds good. And the geese are flying by. Jamie, hey Jamie, you made it for the last sprint. Yes, you did. Blackwoods Blue Sky, nice. And was saying it's probably an unpopular opinion, but you thought Blackwood's Blue Sky was better than the Snow Child. Ooh, interesting. You know, now that you say that, Anne, I feel like there was a lot of hype for this book coming out, and a couple of people read it right away, and then I feel like I've heard nothing about it ever since. Is that because most people think that Snow Child was better? Did a lot of people not like Blackwood's Blue Sky? Good night, Alex. You're very welcome. And Christina is still listening to a true crime podcast, A Cup of Murder for Camp Nightmare. Nice. You're very welcome, Christina. Have a great week and good evening. Brennan made it to chapter 13. Nice. I know. The bunny was so cute. It's a small one, so it still has like the little spots on it. And its tail is like this big. It's probably like this big total. It was the cutest little thing. And then when it's just sitting on the tree stump, sunning itself, like, so if you saw me like keep looking over in this direction, like over the top of my glasses, that's what I was looking at the whole time. It was a little bunny. Your most unproductive day, Kristen. No. Read 40 pages, only did a couple of work tasks. Oh well. And I remember you said you weren't feeling well, so What can you do? Mickey, 30 pages from finishing Oral May. Oh, you're so close. Oh, I hope you had a great productive day as well. Mickey, have a great week. You're very welcome. Christina read 347 pages. Good job. That's a lot. You got through it. Jamie hasn't read The Snow Child yet. Oh, it was really good. Only 4 chapters in. Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm glad you're liking that. The Snow Child's really good, Jamie. I don't know how similar the two books are, but I really liked The Snow Child. Denise made it to page 72 of 98, enjoying it. We'll finish after the chat. Oh, I used to love Bunnicula as a kid. I haven't read that in forever, though maybe I shouldn't think about that with all my bunnies. Dina, didn't read as much as you imagined you would, but you got to do some. You're very welcome. Have a great week. I'm glad you made it. Last reminder of the day. Do all the things. Sue, you're very welcome. You've been lurking while you made your phone calls and got nowhere. No. I hope tomorrow will be better for you as well. And Princess, thanks for dropping in. You're very welcome for hosting. You're welcome, Denise. Have a great week as well. Good evening, Diana. Reading some more of your Portable Dorothy Parker. Ooh, that sounds fun. I hope you have a good week. Hey, Amy, you're about 100 pages into Mice 1961. Not crazy about the writing style. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, have a great week, Amy. And you're very welcome, Diana. Denise liked Blackwoods a lot, but not as much as Snow Child. Okay, that's fair. You don't think you're alone of the people. You don't think alone. Oh, a lot of people really understood it. Oh, okay, interesting. I don't know anything about the premise, so I don't know why that would happen, but interesting. I know favorite first books for sure for Bunnicula. And you're welcome, Amberly. Oh, Katie, you just made it back. It's the end of spreads. No. Thanks for popping in today. I hope you got a lot done. I'm feeling stuff. And there was a spider on the back of my computer at one point, like just a tiny one. So now I'm like paranoid about every feeling that I'm feeling. Anyway, Teresa, you're very welcome. I'm glad you could make it. You'll continue to read tonight, starting Steinbeck next week. Ooh, finish your current books. Yay! Good job, Katie. You did it. You got to 3,000 and more. That's awesome. I will definitely be picking up this tonight and still reading some more. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to log everything. I'm going to clean everything up. I might go get some ice cream. And then I'm probably going to get in my bed and settle down and read some more because this book is really good. Keisha, you have about 45 pages left of Yellow Wife. It's a tough read, but you would really recommend it. Productive reading day. Yay, great. All right, that is the last comment I can see. Thank you guys so much for joining me, for hanging out outside. I'm still looking for bunnies. There was only the one bunny out today, not like the host of bunnies like I had last or 2 weeks ago. But anyway, come back. Hope to see you next Monday. If not, I'll see you in the videos I put out this week. I hope you all have a wonderful week, and I will see you soon. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.